Welcome, travelers. Welcome again to another episode of Bible study devotional, as well as learning BMX. More into the realms and mysteries of learning flatland BMX, which some of these tricks have been taking me much longer than I previously imagined in the mind. And now it really trips me out when I actually do see some of these edits of some of these flatlanders. I'm like, how in the, like, I'm like, I get tripped out now. I'm like, how long has this person been on a bike? Like, I don't know, man. Like, some of these guys make these tricks like way too easy. And I guess that's the whole thing about it, is when you learn some of these balance points and stuff, I guess that's why it looks sometimes pretty easy, is because they've learned basically everything about it, and so they know how to do it without messing up. But yeah, if any of you guys have any tips on any of these tricks trying to learn, I think the weird thing about Flatland, I'm going to be flat out honest, is I just wish there was just more informational videos on it. Especially, I feel like what is lacking within the Flatland realm is information on like geometry and how geometry affects certain tricks and stuff like that, like especially the stem geometry. The thing is I have been seeing some of the riders that are actually doing something like, you know, like when you see the guys doing just like a bunch of tail whips and stuff, like pinky squeaks and stuff for fire whips or multiple 500s. It seems like a lot of them are running this shorter stem, and it's just weird. I'm just like, well, it's weird. No one's really ever said anything about that, or it's interesting seeing what different geometry. I mean, it goes all the way to like 0, 15, 32, you know, different, all sorts of different types of geometry and how it affects certain combos, certain tricks, and I guess it might just even just be a experimentation of it all to see what you actually like within your own body composition or what tricks that you like to do. But anyway, speaking of Flatland, sometimes I just think that Flatland is just a test of the patience of the mind now, to, you know, because you get on this weird, it almost feels like this gnarly RPG game, right? But it's this weird RPG game is, now it's at the level where it feels like I put so much time into learning specific tricks that it's like, and some of the tricks I still have not been able to really learn very well. And it's like, either it's like, am I going to keep trying to learn it, or am I just going to give up and try and learn something else? I feel like it's almost like a test of my willpower. It's like, because sometimes these tricks feel like impossible for me to do, especially the clip. For some odd reason, I am terrible at the cliffhanger. And for some odd reason, I just keep trying to practice it, even though it feels impossible. But yeah, so today we're going to go into a Bible study on patience, because I know patience is a part of the fruits of the Spirit of love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I think those are all of them. I might have gotten some of them wrong. And just thinking about that, and just thinking maybe there's some words we can think about just within this kind of arduous journey we can be on, not only just in BMX, just anything. I think, you know, I guess that's kind of what's very interesting to me now, right? Is when do people fall off of something, right? Because, you know, you see it in actually a lot of things, you know, when like a lot of people are about something, and then suddenly people just either get bored, they want nothing to do with it, they just get, you know, and it's very interesting on what causes people to give up and what causes people just to keep going. And I actually think, I don't know this for sure, but it's very interesting to think if, you know, some like these big video game companies, or maybe not even video game companies, maybe even media companies in general, I wonder if they have any sort of like psychologists Do they study psychology of the mind, of what causes people to get bored of something, what causes people to stick around, what causes people just to give up? And it's actually very strange, because I've been noticing, me personally, what I've been noticing about when I play video games, because I haven't really been playing too much lately, but I still have my WoW account. I mean, I still have my WoW account on here. The only reason I can't play WoW on here is I don't have the Ethernet cable. I've kind of landlocked myself, honestly, because I can probably play WoW on stream, because this used to actually be a WoW stream. But the thing is, I need to get an Ethernet cable, and then the Ethernet cable, I have to, like, run it through the entire house. I don't know. It's just, I got to get this weird adapter thing right here. Maybe we'll do that in the future, but the other thing is I feel like drawing has become, when I do play, it's either I have this block segment of time, it's either I'm going to play, I'm either going to draw or I'm going to play video games, because I feel like I have the Bible study block segment time, which I'm going to try and do, continue to try and do the Bible studies, to try and, I don't know, just to practice, I don't really know if I'm even doing these things right. And then we're going to ride our bike, but then we have the time segment of I could do some other stuff, and I feel like the drawing is a little bit more fruitful at the moment in my life. But maybe in the future we'll get back into playing WoW and stuff like that, right? Because I know some people, there's some gnarly believers out there. I mean, I wouldn't even say gnarly, but there's just some strange believers out there, and I know I say some weird stuff about the whole video game thing, and I just want to, and just if anybody's even going to be watching this thing, the thing that's kind of trips me out, right, is it's just the whole aspect of, like, it's okay for us to play video games if we're believers, and maybe kill, steal, and destroy, and do all these things. But the thing the pastors never mentioned to me is that when you're the one creating things, if you're promoting those things, then you are, then it's like, and then sometimes it feels like you get criticized because of these things, but then because you're the one making it, but then it's weird because then if you're playing something that somebody else made, you had no say on the matter, then it's okay. But if you're the one making it and then you promote the very same things that they're promoting, it's like it's weird. It's so strange that it's like that. But then I wonder, like, what pastors would think, like, on, well, what happens if our economy is just run on on just entertaining people, and what happens if people just want to kill and steal and destroy and lust and things of this nature, but it works in an economy sense, and it's and I know it's kind of weird because there's just so many of these socioeconomic things now tied in with money and stuff like that, right? And it does kind of trip me out, and I never even wanted to learn any of this stuff, honestly. I'm going to be flat out. I never got into wanting to learn any of this stuff. But the thing is that it's kind of been propelled on me in some weird way, because I started drawing these knights, and at the time I was like, man, when I was younger, I was like, bro, let's freaking kill all the demons and, all this stuff, and we're going to battle the demons and stuff like this, and I started drawing pictures like that, and I'm like, what, I want to give God glory, I'm going to put crosses on it. And then what started happening is then I started getting some really gnarly critiques on me, saying that I'm promoting violence, I'm promoting this, and it's just like, well, I'm just trying to give, and then I guess that's the whole weird thing. But then I guess the whole paradoxical thing is then I know there have been video games like that, and then many believers play them, and then like it's like that's okay, right? But I guess once you're the one, if you're the maker or the creator, I guess that's when it gets a little. I guess I understand why, because I guess if you're the one making it, you have you might have, I guess, the choice to try and give God glory or something like that. And I never understood that because nobody ever told me that, right? But then as I start pondering on it deeper and deeper and deeper, I start seeing that we live in a consumer market-based society, right? And what happens if what the consumer wants is kind of maybe not for, peace and loving your enemies and treating your neighbors. It's like, that's when it gets a really kind of
weirded out, and it's so strange that I've even had to learn all this stuff. I wish I was just showed or told this before I started doing it. I just kind of felt like I was just like, in the beginning, it was just people were just like, oh, well, man, you have a gift for drawing, you should give God glory. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to give God glory through my drawing. And then they're like, no, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, well, can you guys show me how to do it? Because I don't know. It's like weird. And now it's at this weird point where I'm like, I don't even know if I'm doing anything right anymore, right? And then it's like, it's just so confusing to me seeing the economy, and it's just like, well, this stuff seems like people want. I mean, that's the whole weird thing. What happens if I was paid? What if I was a believer, right? And I was paid to promote killing, stealing, destroying, maybe even lusting in a media aspect, right? What if like movies and stuff like that really wanted that kind of, or just video game, and people wanted that stuff, people were paying for that stuff? Would it be bad for me to draw this stuff to get paid to do this? I don't know. It's so weird, right? And it's just it's something that pastors never really told me in the beginning, and now I'm kind of all confused on it, because now I'm like, well, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, because I kind of already, and then it's like I'm just trying to like make everybody happy, and then now it's like at the point where I don't even know if I'm doing anything right. So it's really, really confusing, and I never knew it like that. I mean, it's went in so far where now some people say, well, I'm promoting this stuff, and then it's like, and then it's weird because, you know, I see like J.R. Tolkien, and a lot of believers like J.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis and stuff like that. But what's also very strange about those two authors is, you know, they both wrote on magic and stuff like this. There's like, but they wrote on magic in such an interesting way of like, there was like evil magic and then there was like good magic, right? But it's so weird because then it seems like nobody's like on them for like promoting that stuff, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's very strange, and I just feel like it's hard to, I guess it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's just, I guess it's the whole economy, how everything's tied to consumerism and how we live in a society with consumers and money and all this stuff. And what happens if, I mean, I'd love to, you know, I've been trying to, right? But, you know, imagine if you did really like, we're fully on fire for God, and you're like, all right, I'm going to do everything for the Lord. Just, we're going to promote everything. We're going to put bibleverse, just everything. But what happens if you cannot survive in an economy of that of a consumer-based society? It's very strange, right? And it brings in a lot of it's actually very interesting. I never thought I would have to learn all this stuff, and I'm actually glad I did. All this stuff has kind of piled on my mind in some weird way, and it's an interesting one. I think it has been a very interesting thing to be like, all right, well, how can I draw like the armor of God, but also promote loving our enemies, but also promote being a peacemaker all at the same time? It's actually very interesting. Now, the other thing about some of the critiques that I've gotten from some believers saying that I'm like promoting violence and stuff like that, the other thing is I just go, well, I feel like they never show me how to do it, right? It's like there's always just these comments, right? These comments that just tell me I'm promoting these things, but then I would love to just say, well, what do you guys think about the video game industry or the media industry? It's like, how are you supposed to, would it be bad for me if I worked for those things and be promoting these? And it's like so weird, right? It's just such a interesting dichotomy of things. I think maybe, and the other thing is when I look at some of these profiles, the thing is, I really don't know who these people are. You know, it's like, but I have gotten enough comments and critiques that I have had to reevaluate what I am trying to give God glory within, and I understand now. I understand now. And the thing is I just wish in the beginning someone would have just showed me or just told me that all of this stuff was going to happen. I kind of just felt like I just kind of felt like it was just like I was just told, give God glory in everything you're doing. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try and do that. And they're like, no, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, oh, well, you guys should have showed me that in the beginning. So I could have totally not had to go through this really weird path of all this stuff. It is I'm still confused on the whole situation. Basically, to sum it all in, is I think it is. I'm not saying video games are bad or media or movies are bad. All I'm saying I feel like believers get tripped out when you're the one making the stuff. But if you consume something that like an unbeliever made and they're promoting things that are maybe not totally biblical, that's okay. But if you're the one making it and you have the choice to give God glory within what you're making, that's when it gets all tangled up right now. It's so interesting to me. It's been a very interesting thing to and I probably make no sense whatsoever. But I'm wondering if any other people have went through this, because it is something that's very interesting. And I'm at the point where I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to try and just acknowledge God in all my ways, right? Because if we think about Proverbs 3:5-6, it says, acknowledge. 3:6 it says acknowledge. Let's see if we can just type that in there. Proverbs 3:6, right? Proverbs 3:6, right? In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. So that's kind of what I would like to think. I mean, maybe the Lord put me on this weird path. I maybe had to go through all this stuff to kind of learn the hard way. But right. But yeah, what's really tripping me out, I mean, I wish there was just more. I've been looking up sermons on it. I've been trying to look up what other believers say on it. But the thing about it is that I guess the economy and the socioeconomic consumer society that we live in, it's so weird because like it's almost like what the consumer wants, right? It's even like we were kind of if you like work somewhere, it's like, oh, well, what does the consumer want? The customer's always right, It's like, well, what happens if then I have to start promoting things in order to survive that might not be completely like for the Bible or something like that. But what if that's what the consumer wants, right? What do I do in that situation? Do I just go, oh, well, I'm not going to do that? I don't know. It's very weird. But anyway, I'd like to just think about acknowledging God in all of our ways, and hopefully, it says that he shall direct thy paths. And so that's what we're going to try and do, and we're going to try and see. I guess we'll look up into endurance and patience and stuff like this, and it's a very interesting one. I'm actually wondering. It's so even weird to think. I mean, this is something that I can't really find too many sermons on for some reason. But, within the age of our technological advancement right now, and the age of where we kind of have digital footprints and stuff like this now, right? I'm ever wondering, like, is there ever a point when, say, Christianity might even, like, affect your employment or affect your kind of, I don't know, your business? I don't know. It's so strange. These are things that I never even would have considered like 3 or 4 years ago. I never even thought about all this stuff until until all this stuff started happening. I'm just like, that's very interesting. But it's also kind of fun. That's what I've been noticing in terms of like, I guess the faith aspect, right? Faith is the substance of things not seen, and also thinking about Matthew 6, where the Lord says, don't worry about what we don't worry about. Take no thought of what we eat or what we drink or what we wear. Look at the flowers of the field, and he brings up anxiety like 6 times, right? And it's interesting because it says, "Oh, ye of little faith," right? And it's so weird because I've heard many pastors bring up anxiety, right? And how anxiety can at times be thinking too much about the future, right? Placing too much, maybe putting too much of our eggs into the future events that have yet to occur. And as I started thinking about that, I started thinking, man, that's kind of what I started getting really riled up in. I was like, man, I was like super in anxiety over these things. But the weird thing is that if we do think about it in a economic standpoint, right, an economic market-driven society standpoint, unfortunately, a lot of these anxiety things, it seems like a lot of these people actually, or I guess not, I wouldn't say just people, but just the economy itself, it's kind of just like that. It's like, people want to think about the future. They want to make a right investment on a right company, and what happens if they just invested everything in a company and it all failed, and then what would they do? It's like, there's so much anxiety on all this stuff. It's very, very interesting, right? And I'd like to think it is kind of weird because it does feel like it's been interesting going on this strange path within trying to give God glory, and also not only to try and give God glory, but how a lot of pastors say we are to steward everything for God, right? And to ultimately help to build up His kingdom. And it's very interesting to think about that because I just go, am I even stewarding this correctly? I don't even know if I'm doing any of this stuff. Right? I wish the Lord would just tell me do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. And maybe he has done that in a little bit more of a subtle way, because that is one thing that I'm starting to do is, the very things that I do, it's because of other believers. It's one of the reasons why I got into the drawing thing that I'm doing is because of other believers, right? And then doing the watercolor. Oh, well, there's this dude named James Brown, Brown with an E. He was doing watercolors and he was a believer. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe I should try and learn watercolors because I see this guy doing it. Or not even that, or just even, the BMX bike, or even, it sounds bizarrely strange, but even these cards right here, right? My believer friend got me into these cards, which, strangely enough, these cards are some of the only games right now that I even see with a Bible verse in them. And if I could ask the Lord one thing, right? I guess I would like to ask the Lord many things right now. Many, many, many things. I'd just be like, Lord, do you want us really to give you glory in everything? Because right now it's not that hard to put a Bible verse on stuff, right? It's like, it really is, especially now with the whole copy and paste. You don't even have to write everything down, bro. You just copy and paste it, put it on something, right? It's like, it's so easy, and it's so interesting as I start learning more and more about certain things. It's really, really easy to do that, right? But now I understand that why a lot of maybe things don't do that is because it can be a bit controversial, or it can be kind of strangely to do it, or it might, and it's, I don't really know what to think on the whole topic, right? But if I could ask the Lord, I'd be like, Lord, do you want me to do it like this? It's it's so funny. And now it's actually just fun for me, speaking on the whole hidden treasures, right? Trying to, I think there's a verse that says, where's the verse? It says something about the Lord conceals things, but it's for kings to search things out. Now it's at the point where I really do like to just try and find things that even have a Bible verse in it, or just, just like this right here, right? It is the glory of God to conceal things, but the glory of kings is to search things out, right? And it's at the point where it does kind of feel like that, right? Some of the stuff that I have even, have gotten into, it wasn't just like a clear as day, boom, I'm just going to just find that thing. It was like, man, I had to go and kind of search, try and find these artists that sometimes really aren't too vocal about their faith, but then you start finding a couple posts and you're like, oh man, this guy's a believer. Wait a minute, that's strange. He put a little cross on something, or he put a Bible verse on something, or something like that, right? And it'd be cool. Sometimes if another question I'd ask the Lord, it'd be so crazy, right? Imagine if the Lord made just the Great Commission just so easy, right? What if the Lord somehow did something to the point where it was just so easy to give him glory, right? And then it would be so weird if we were just, imagine if the Lord was just right here, and then we had every single company, right now, every single company, we're like, all right, okay, how can we give you glory? Can we put anything? Can you guys put at least one little verse in and out or something like that, right? It's it'd be so interesting seeing how many companies would just be like, no, we can't do that, it's just too controversial, right? But it'd be so weird if the Lord was just right there, just just being kind of in secret or something, right? It would just be so interesting to see their reactions or something like that, or even just if we're even doing it correctly, because I don't know if I am even doing it correctly. And I probably seem just like a crazy person. But the thing is if you start getting a little bit deeper into like biblical stewardship, that's definitely one that started tripping me out a lot, is biblical stewardship, about trying to give God glory and just thinking that everything that we have is from God, right? That really started tripping me out, because I'm just like, man, if everything's from God, then I might as well just send it all to the Lord, right? Now, the thing that pastors don't really bring up, which I kind of wish they would talk more on, is they never like say anything about like, well, if you really do try and steward everything for God, are there any negative consequences that might happen in your life? Or is there any, and I guess maybe you shouldn't be thinking about those things, because maybe it's even a lack of faith, and maybe that's why pastors don't talk about stuff like that, right? But it's kind of fun now, because I'm just like, all right, well, let's just send everything let's just give God the glory in everything, right? And it's so gnarly, but it's kind of fun, because I'm just like, well, all right, well, we're just going to send it. It just kind of feels like we're just, it's almost kind of liberating too, because then I'm just like, oh, okay, well, as long as I keep just acknowledging God in all my ways, he's going to keep directing me, right? And it just it sounds hilarious, right? But it's also kind of scary. In the beginning, it was definitely scary to think about it that way. But now it's at the point where I keep thinking about all the verses on fear. There's so many verses on, fear, and how perfect love casts out fear, and then all of this stuff. And it's, I don't know, it keeps me kind of motivated to keep going. And sometimes there's just something mysterious about it all that keeps me kind of intrigued. There's this level of like not knowing where you're going at all, and you're just kind of you're just giving it to the Lord, and it's just like you don't know where he's really going to take you, and it's kind of interesting. And it's like, I think it's kind of fun, and sometimes it makes me even ponder about what did people think back in the day, and what did John the Baptist think, or what did some of these characters what did the apostles think, right? Like, imagine you being an apostle and the Lord's like, oh, well, come and follow me, and they're like, oh, well, I have a job as a fisherman, man. I can't be just leaving you, right? I can't be a fisherman. I got all this stuff, and it's like, and then it's so interesting thinking, I'm wondering the mystery that they felt, man. They must have felt like the mystery times the max, man, of just giving up everything, following the Lord, man. It's like so gnarly to think about that. I mean, I feel like you have to be a very strange individual to do that. To just like, even, and it's so weird even that maybe that's how the Lord did it as well. I mean, I don't know, it's weird. There's a lot of mysterious aspects of Christianity that as I keep studying the lives of these characters, and just how these characters lived and stuff like that. I just can't help but think, wow, man, imagine seeing this character in real life. Like, this guy, it almost seems like this guy is just sticks out like I don't know, it's like just something very peculiar, something very bizarre about these characters, right? But I think that's what made them, I feel like sometimes this is what made them who they were, and that's maybe what increased their almost their zeal for God, almost of maybe getting so set apart to where you're just a very peculiar individual. Maybe even people just think you're crazy. I don't know. It's kind of interesting, and it's so crazy because I have gotten so far away from what I was even going to talk about. I was going to go into endurance and patience because that's part of the fruit of the Spirit. Well, I guess endurance I don't think is part of the fruit of the Spirit. Actually, let's type that in there right now. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it isn't. Galatians 5:22 through 23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such things there is no law. So I guess, well, that's the KJV version. Let's see what does the ESV version say. let's go into Galatians, because hopefully we will continue to bear good fruit, right? And I don't even know if I'm doing any of this stuff right. And the other weird thing is it's just it doesn't seem that hard to really read things, but to be honest to me. But let's see, Galatians 5, 22 to 23. Let's read it. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. So I guess patience is right there. Me personally, when I think about patience, I do think about endurance, but you got to take that with a grain of salt. I really don't know if that really is along the lines with patience. Which maybe those two things are kind of different, because if we do go into 1 Corinthians 13, it does say love is patient. I mean, that's the first thing that it says. Love is patient, but also it says love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. I mean, that's such a big one. I mean, I've that one underlined, right? Just enduring all things. And so sometimes I wonder if the Lord what if he just puts us in these very strange positions in life so that we just learn endurance or something like that, right? Because that's what I've kind of had to think about. I'm just like, well, sometimes I think to God, I'm like, God, why would you have me go and do all of these things when it upsets believers, but then why didn't you just tell me right in the beginning how to do it, so I didn't have to go through all of this confusion? But then now I start seeing deeper into the confusion, and the confusion is, I guess, the state of the economy and a consumer market-based society that we live in, and what happens when what the consumer wants is maybe not what God would want. And then it makes me wonder, well, how do I give God glory in something that maybe might be promoting stuff that maybe is not overtly for the Bible in the beginning, right? I don't know, right? I've been asking the Lord for a while how to do it, but I don't know, right? I guess we're just going to keep going. And I guess maybe this might even just be a way to do it, right? I mean, imagine if we were all to just share one verse or just put a cross on something and we just do whatever we're doing, just so we're gonna find. Let's look up a thing on patience now. So I guess through all of this stuff that I probably seem like a crazy person even bringing up. If any of you guys have any sermons on any of this stuff, please let me know. I've asked these questions on Reddit and other Christian forums many times, right? The thing is I get various answers. I get various different answers from many people, right? Some people, especially, and it confuses me, right? It confuses me, right? And ultimately, it goes down into that if an unbeliever or somebody that doesn't even like the Bible whatsoever, they make something, it's okay for us to consume that. But if I'm a believer and I make something that promotes what those guys are promoting, then I am doing something bad. And the thing is then, but then, like, I don't know, but then there's all this other stuff that goes into it. And then if you guys have any sermons or anything on that, it's kind of I never thought I would even have to think about any of this stuff, but it's very interesting. But I guess I've just given it up all to the Lord, honestly. So let's see here. What we're going to look at, we're going to look at patience, Bible commentary. And let's read a Patience 1. Because if there's anything throughout all of this stuff, we have had to learn about patience, right? Which I kind of feel like sometimes I'm not a very patient person, and sometimes and so I kind of had to learn maybe these things the hard way. I just wish somebody would have just showed me or just told me this, I just wish somebody would have told me all of this stuff was going to happen before I kind of just went into it, right? I don't know. And I'm wondering if anybody else has kind of went through that, of like people saying, oh, well, we should give God glory in all that we do. And then you're like, all right, well, I'm going to do that. And then it's just like, oh, no, you're doing it wrong. And then I'm like, oh, well, you should have showed me how to do in the beginning. It's like, it would have just saved me a lot of confusion. Yeah, but anyway, it's okay. We're going to keep just trying to give God the glory, I guess, right? And maybe God did it for a reason. Maybe I had to go through all this crazy stuff to think about all this stuff or something like that. It has altered how you can even see it, how I start. I mean, I have most of my drawing posted up. You can see how it's just, it's so funny how you can just start seeing all of this stuff just start altering how I start drawing things, man. It's just so, I mean, I used to be totally like just totally different, I guess. And it's been a long process, and we're still on the process. And in the whole process, I don't even know I'm doing it right. But I guess I feel like I'm doing things a little bit better because I'm getting less and less comments saying that I'm promoting violence or promoting not for peace and all this other stuff. I'm just like, all right, well, okay. So maybe we are kind of coming to some sort of fruition on the journey, this very confusing journey. That's been a lot harder on the mind than I first contemplated on. And I think a lot of it is just, it's almost kind of just paradoxical, right? Just the whole loving your enemy. I mean, that's the big one, man. Loving your enemy, bro. Loving your neighbor. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I feel like that one has confused me so much to the point of sometimes I'm just like, man, it is so paradoxical. I mean, it's just the whole nature of just thinking about that. Do good to those who hate you. It's almost like Jesus was like, okay, remember loving your neighbor as yourself? Well, I'm going to take it one step gnarly. I mean, not even one step. We're going to do 10 steps farther into the whole thing about even loving your enemy. It's like, holy moly, bro. This is gnarly. Because I feel like when I started learning about that, my whole world was just like, I was like, wait a minute. This is why all these people are saying this stuff to me. Oh, wait, okay, I understand now. And it was so weird. I was almost like too young to even grasp the concept of even that statement of and just learning about tribalism, learning about the Great Commission, learning about how, if we were called to make disciples of all nations, I mean, you probably ain't going to make disciples of all nations. You're just hating you're killing your enemies and stuff like this. And that took me a very, very long time to really grasp and understand. And it's very interesting to think about it like that way. But anyway, let's read this. The fruit of the Holy Spirit, what is patience? There are two Greek words translated as patience in the New Testament. Hupomone means a remaining under, as when one bears up under a burden. It refers to steadfastness in difficult circumstances. Macrothumia, which is used in Galatians 5:22, is a compound formed by macros, long, and thumos, passion or temper. Patience in Galatians 5:22 literally means a long temper, in the sense of the ability to hold one's temper for a long time. It's a very good one right there, right? I mean, that one, it's kind of gnarly because that even makes me think about even the Lord himself when he was on the cross. Just even thinking about it sounds even crazy. Even when I see a little cross like that, man, I just think about so many things now. I'm just like, what in the world, bro? It's like, it's gnarly now, right? Because I even think about after I read that, right? It's like, it makes me think about, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. It's like, sometimes I feel like that's exactly what started happening around me. I started like learning about all this stuff, and then it's like it almost kind of feels like when you go through that. There was this weird movie that my believer friend. I actually didn't like this movie in the beginning. It was called They Live, right? They Live, right? It's weird because there are Bible verses in that movie, but there also is violence and stuff like that. But there is actually at least some Bible verses in that movie and stuff like that. But ultimately what ends up happening is this guy gets glasses and then he starts seeing the world differently, right? it almost felt like that, because I started like, it was like everything was all the opposite of what I learned in the beginning, and I'm just like, wait, what in the, what, like, this is so like, I'm just so flabbergasted at it all as I started learning deeper and deeper and looking deeper into these things. And then it kind of just makes me think about the whole thing of what even the Lord's, I mean, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. I mean, it's like, and it's actually interesting thinking that he says forgive them, right? It's like, because I feel like we're going to have to do a Bible study on forgiveness, because I feel like forgiveness is such an interesting one too. I mean, even thinking about the whole, if there was tribalism and tribes fighting each other, and then we're called to make disciples of all nations, it's like, well, what if you were conflicted, right? What if your enemy did hurt you and you were like, no, I want to freaking, we're going to get him back, man. We're going to, and it's like, well, are you not open to forgiveness at all? It's like, it's very interesting. Now, the things that I'm bringing up right now, right? This is in a real life psychological instance, right? Now, the whole thing about like video games, the thing is, I still play video games just the way normal people play video games, right? The thing is, I try and play it both ways now, right? It's like I play it like, okay, well, if you have the option, like, it's so interesting, the matter of choice that you are given, right? It would be so weird to see, imagine if you could like see like the choices that people make, right? If you were given the choice, right? It's so interesting, right? Because many times I've been noticing is that many times you're not given that choice. The only choice you have is to go down this one route. You can only beat this game doing this. You can only do it that way. But the thing is as you look, it would be so interesting to have like an outside perspective or observation of, okay, well, if given the choice, would you A, do this or do this, or B, do that, right? It's like, I mean, how crazy, I mean, this would be insanity, right? How crazy would this be? If like every single game, video game or whatever, right? It's just like you had the choice of these three, you're going to love your enemy, you're going to love your enemy, you're going to kill your enemy, what are you going to do, right? It's like, it'd just be so interesting, but many times we aren't given the choice. And the thing is, I feel like as I started, I guess, believers telling me that I'm promoting violence and all this stuff, I'm just like, that was just my nature. That was just, I didn't even know that there was another option. I was just like, because that's what started this whole mixing pot of confusion in my mind, right? Of basically, it started out with believers saying, oh, well, you have a gift, you should give God glory. I'm like, all right, well, I was really into video games. I'm really into WoW. I used to do a bunch of WoW commissions, bro. I used to do Warhammer commissions, bro. I used to freaking do people's RPG characters of Warhammer, bro. Warhammer is freaking brutal, dude. It's like, it is gnarly, right? And I did all this stuff, and then what started happening is that I was like, and all these believers like, okay, give God glory. Yeah, give God glory. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to just draw stuff like this, and I'm going to give God glory promoting this stuff. And then they're like, no, you're promoting violence, all this stuff. And I'm just like, well, wait a minute. Let me go back into the lore now. And now it's almost like we're in this weird lore segment of learning about all this stuff. And as I learned more about the lore, it kind of just felt like there was like this weird they live moment of as I read more and more and more of all these commentaries and listened to all these sermons on loving your enemies and treating your neighbor as yourself and all this stuff. It was like this whole just this eyeglass moment where I was like, holy moly, bro, this is gnarly, bro. This is like, and it's so crazy because I'm wondering if like, what would happen, right? If we were all just to love our neighbor as ourselves, to just even love our enemy. I mean, what would happen to the world? What would happen to, if everybody lived that way, man, what would happen to society, right? It would just be insane. It would be, I mean, not insane. Maybe it would even bring upon world peace. Which goes into us like being peacemakers and stuff like that, right? And it is very interesting, right? And it's the thing is, I'm wondering if the Lord, right? I don't know if he has people in different segments, right? Because the thing is, I know many believers that play a bunch of RPG games and all this stuff, right? And I've even met believers that said they got into wanting to learn more about Christianity because of the Paladin class, right? And it's so crazy when they say that, because I'm like, holy moly, I learned so much on that. And it's so funny to learn all of this stuff, because sometimes and the thing is because I have kind of gotten some critiques that were very, in the beginning I was like, bro, what are you guys talking about? Like, I'm just trying to give God glory, right? And in the beginning I was like that, right? I was like, well, I'm just going to keep just drawing this stuff because, but I started getting more and more comments of believers saying that to me. And I just go, wait a minute, maybe I'm upsetting these believers. And as I started researching it more and more and more, I started having an epiphany. And I started going, wait a minute, I understand what they're talking about now. But I wasn't aware of this, right? I almost feel like I was just too young to learn about all this stuff. It's like, I feel like my mind couldn't even comprehend all of this stuff in the beginning. But now as I kind of go deeper into it and have now witnessed, just fights that have occurred in front of me, people getting freaking jumped, freaking people getting into physical altercations, people getting, punched in the throat and freaking kicked in the head and stuff, like all this crazy stuff. And you start seeing the brutal aspect of that. Even people getting stabbed, bro. I know someone that got stabbed like 20 times and stuff. It's freaking crazy, man. And the thing is it's so crazy to think about it in a real life situation, right? And I guess sometimes when I was younger, I kind of had a kind of a thought process of not being aware of the brevity of, stabbing your enemy, and because it's like, I used to man a rogue, bro. I used to, man a rogue. What do rogues use, dude? Rogues run daggers, bro. They dual wield daggers and swords and stuff like that. Well, it changed a lot when I met somebody that got stabbed like 20 times, bro. If that guy was right here, I'm like, bro, I used to man a rogue. Like, let's freaking go and stab a bunch. But dude, that guy would be traumatized that I would say that. And I was almost traumatized when I met him, bro. His name was maybe I shouldn't say his name. But the thing is it's so interesting, because it's like, I was so unaware of the real life application of these simple acts, that in other cases I kind of almost had no thought on the matter in such that way. And it's very interesting. I probably don't make any sense whatsoever. Josh Taylor's version. What's up, bro? Welcome to my very strange Bible study. Holy moly, you went into a doozy of a one, man. I feel like every time I start talking about... Now, the reason why this stuff is very hard for me to talk about is because it's a lot of confusing things. There's so many variables to it, right? So many variables to what I have just brought up, right? I feel like there's so many variables. This is why maybe it's hard for me to find sermons on it. To find I wish there was just a concrete answer of just being like, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do it this way, exactly this way. I kind of wish it was like that, right? But because there's all these other factors in it, and now you lay on top of a socioeconomic society with a consumer-based society and a market-driven economy, on top of all of this stuff that I just brought up, this is where it gets very, very confusing. And it's almost like you have to start delegating, and you kind of almost have to start kind of even, just say, well, what are other believers doing? And okay, well, maybe I'll try this, or maybe I'll try this, or I'll try that. Oh, wait, I stepped over the boundary over that one. Let's kind of push that one back, and let's kind of push this one a little bit more forward. And now it's kind of fun. I guess it's not. I guess it is kind of fun for me, because I'm like, that's kind of cool to think about. Kind of just trying to do all this stuff, right? Which I still don't even know if I'm doing it right. I have no idea. I never measured my arm, bro. But we do ride BMX bikes. That's kind of fun. What do you think about patience? How did you even find this stream? I'm not even on the fitness and health section right now. I'm on just chatting. It's kind of funny that you found this stream. And holy moly, it's already been 49 minutes, bro. I tried to do this in 30 minutes. Man, it's kind of crazy. Dude, these Bible studies are weird. Anyway, I'm going to keep reading this. I apologize, everybody. I feel like this Bible study is not going very good. I feel like every time I bring up some of these things that other believers had told me in the past, it just starts making me very confused, but then I understand why they brought it up to me. But then also, like, I don't know, there's just so many factors that they never brought up, right? There's so many variables that they didn't bring up. And yeah, it's, yeah. It can be kind of confusing a bit. Anyway, let's keep going. A patient person is able to endure much pain and suffering without complaining. A patient person is slow to anger as he waits for God to provide comfort and punish wrongdoing. Since it is the fruit of the Spirit, we can only possess makathromia through the power and work of the Holy Spirit in our lives. Patience comes from a position of power. A person may have the ability to take revenge or cause trouble, but patience brings self-restraint and careful thinking. Losing patience is a sign of weakness. Wow. That's pretty gnarly to think about. Losing patience is a sign of weakness. Wow. That is crazy to think about. I mean, if there's anything, man, if anybody's even listening to this, I know I just brought up so many confusing things. And if any guys have any sermons on it, I'd love to hear it. Any commentaries. Bro, I've been trying to look this stuff. I've been asking other believers. I get different responses, all this stuff. Any of you guys have any sort of commentaries, sermons on any of this stuff, right? It's a weird situation to be in because I honestly feel, you know, because we read all these like old commentaries and sometimes there's these old theologians and stuff like that. But the thing is that our technology has changed so fast, so rapidly, that now it's so, like, everything's just so, it's very interesting. And it almost feels like we're now living in some sort of weird sci-fi Christianity thing, you know? It's like, you know how it just brought up how I used to do RPG character commissions for Warhammer for people's role playing. They would write out pages and pages and pages for like these Chaos Knights and all just crazy Warhammer characters, man. The weird thing is I don't know, I've never played Warhammer per se. I've just drawn their characters and stuff, but I've done enough reading from the backlog lore of some of these characters. I'm like, holy moly, it's crazy because like Warhammer's a weird game because Warhammer starts off like, you know, in the olden age, there was the orcs and the humans, and it's like they had just sticks and stuff in there, and, you know, they're making clubs and stuff like that, right? And then what's crazy about Warhammer is it goes from like that era all the way into the future, into the great beyond, and into like sci-fi-ish stuff, and it's just so crazy because I think about that sometimes within just the scope of Christianity, right? And just thinking about the scope of Christianity, I mean, thinking about the technologies that people had, you know, back then, and and it's almost like we've kind of grown now, and it's like, holy moly, now we're in this weird era of like all this stuff, and I feel like because of all, I'm wondering, that'd be so interesting to think, are there any ways that technology right now is having an impact on Christianity? Is it having any sort of impact on the Great Commission, which I think it is. I think, you know, most churches I think would testify with that, because most churches now, what do they use? They use technology, man. You know, we use even mics and just all sorts of things about technology, which, you know, sometimes I think back in the day, how is the Lord Jesus Christ doing it, man? You think back 2,000 years ago, the Lord had like a phone, he was like bringing up all these verses, commentaries and stuff like that? Well, he probably wasn't doing that, right? He's probably just doing it all just like it's just so crazy, right? To think about how the greater impact that all this technology is having upon us. And I probably make no sense whatsoever. There's a lot of thoughts in here, and it's all jumbled up into this thing that I'm trying to get across here. And yeah, so, but I guess within all of this, I apologize if I'm confusing anybody, because I am confused myself. I'm just going to lay that out right now, right? I'm confused at a lot of these things that I never even wanted to think about. But I don't know, because of all this stuff, I guess I've been on this weird path of kind of, thinking of all this stuff. Okay, let's keep going. Let's read this commentary. Losing patience is a sign of weakness. We are patient through trying situations out of hope for a coming deliverance. We are patient with a trying person out of compassion. We choose to love that person and want what's best for him. As the Spirit produces patience in us, He is making us more like as the Spirit produces patience in us, He is making us more Christ-like. 2 Thessalonians 3:5 speaks of the patience of Christ. ASA, what's ASAP? I don't know what that version is. Christ is even now patiently awaiting the completion of the Father's plan, and Jesus had offered for a long time one sacrifice for sins. He sat down at the right hand of God. Since that time he waits for his enemies to be made his footstool. Hebrews 10:12-13. That's weird. Making your enemies your footstool. That is a weird thing to think about. Huh. Isn't there one that says we're going to be like treading on serpents or something like that? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see that. Treading. Let me just look that up real quick. Is that a verse or is that just not a verse, or is that just something else? Treading on serpents. Is that a Bible verse or is that just something else? Okay, yeah, it is a verse. Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions. That's Luke 10:19. I feel like that could be taken out of context a lot, so be careful with this verse. I know there have been some denominations that have run pretty gnarly with this verse. I'm just going to be flat out on it. But, yeah. All right, let's keep going. That was a very strange verse to bring up. Had offered for a long... Okay, let's see here. We should be patient even as he is patient. God is patient with sinners. Romans 2:4 says that God's patience leads to our repentance. Romans 9:12 points out that only God's patience prevents him from destroying the objects of his wrath. Paul glorifies the Lord for his unlimited patience and saved him, the worst of sinners. 1 Timothy 1:16. Peter highlights the patience of God in 1 Peter 3:20, pointing out that God had immense patience with the evil people of Noah's day, delaying judgment as long as possible. Genesis 6. Today our Lord's patience gives people time to be saved. 2 Peter 3:15. Wow. I mean, even thinking about that, that's kind of crazy, right? Our Lord's patience gives people time to be saved, right? Which I guess, dude, sometimes I read these commentaries, it goes into what some of these believers brought up to me, when I was getting some critiques on, promoting certain things, like violence and stuff like that. And they were just like, oh, well, and I guess that is true, right? Because I guess you could be that one to, just like condemn somebody and be like, oh, you're going to burn, like all this stuff. And not show love to them. And what is love? In the very beginning of 1 Corinthians 13, it says love is patient, right? So I guess that goes into the whole aspect of, can we even be patient with even someone that we could consider an enemy? Could we even be patient with someone that's not even a believer, right? It's like, it makes it makes sense to me now. But when I was younger, I had no awareness of all this stuff. It's kind of crazy, but now I start to understand more and more and more. Or it's either I'm understanding more or maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. But I feel like it makes sense to me now. I mean, it does make sense to me if you read it, James urges believers to be patient and not to complain as we wait for Jesus to return. James holds up the prophets as models of patience. James 5:7-11. The Old Testament prophets ceaselessly spoke God's word to unheeding and abusive audiences. Jeremiah was thrown into the cistern, Jeremiah 38, 1-16. Elijah was worn out from his fight with Jezebel. He wanted to die, 1 Kings 19, 1-8. And Daniel was thrown into the lion's den by a king who was his friend, Daniel 6, 16-28. While God delayed judgment, Noah prophesied of the coming destruction, and in 120 years did not have a single convert. Wow. That's crazy to think about right there. 2 Peter 2:5. Didn't people think Noah was crazy? I feel like that. Sometimes, it sounds crazy just thinking about, I don't know. Is that a verse? I'm pretty sure I read that in there. I think the people were making fun of Noah or something like that, right? Everybody mocked Noah or something in the towns. Imagine what Noah must have felt, bro. Noah was probably just am I going crazy? Is this what God wants me to do? It's sometimes I wonder if God ever makes us. This would be a very interesting question to ask, right? Does God ever put us as believers? And I won't say the exact same circumstances of we're going through the exact same thing as some of these characters in the Bible, but does God ever put us into the mind frame of what some of these other characters in the Bible were thinking at the time, right? I feel it's did any of these guys and the characters in the Bible ever doubted God? They're God, why are you having me over here? I look like a crazy person to everybody. I don't know, right? It's it's very interesting to think about that, right? But there has to be a sermon or a Bible study on that. That's the other weird thing is sometimes we get into these weird Bible studies, and the thing is I try and look them up, but I can't find sometimes I can't find sermons and stuff like that or a commentary on some of these questions that we have. Okay, we're almost done. Holy moly, this is a long Bible study. This is already an hour. Holy chabunga. The opposite of patience is agitation, discouragement, and a desire for revenge. God does not want his children to live in agitation, but in peace. John 14:27. He wants to dispel discouragement and replace it with hope and praise. I feel like anybody wants that, right? Psalms 42:5. Who wants to be discouraged? I don't want to be discouraged, right? We are not to avenge ourselves, rather we are to love others. Romans 12:19, Leviticus 19:18. God is patient, and his Spirit produces the fruit of patience in us. When we are patient, we leave room for God to work in our hearts and in our relationships. We lay down our schedule and trust in God's. We thank the Lord for what and whom he's brought into our lives. We let God be God. And that was, I don't know who writes these things, right? Who writes these things? I just say that's from got questions. I don't know if who really is there a team that are writing these things? I don't really know. I haven't heard anybody say anything bad on this stuff, but I don't know. But I guess take my words with a grain of salt. Take this with a grain of salt. I apologize if I said anything wrong. I can't edit any of this stuff out. And yeah, and now we're gonna do a card draw, and let's see what we draw. And it is slowly, I guess not slowly, it's already hot in here. I think it's 92. Or I guess that's outside, but it's just slowly seeping in here now. Okay, let's do a card draw, and let's see what we draw. Man, today's Bible study was, man, it's so weird, man. I go through these Bible studies, I feel like today was just going to be easy, bro. It was just man, it went into some gnarly stuff again. Oh well, maybe you need to be out there or something, but See, I feel like sometimes I just got to be careful. Like, I guess I don't have to be. Yeah, I got to be careful. But the thing is like, some of these questions that I have, man, it's like I've asked a lot of times on the internet, and sometimes I get varied responses, and I'm just go, I don't know. There's just so many variables in our society at the moment. At this point, all I just try and think now to simplify everything is just acknowledge God in all your ways, and He's going to direct us. Okay, that's pretty shuffled, I'd like to say. I'm so curious what today's draw is going to be. It's always so interesting, like, it kind of just, like, mellows the tone out, you know? Just, like, we've went into, like, the word, and then now we're going into just, like, other stuff, right? All right, first card of the, wow, interesting. First card of the day. Shepherd of the Lost. You know what that's making me think of? That's making me think about the parable of the lost sheep. So I'm wondering, on what level of relatability do we have to people that are not even believers in of itself? Does God want us to have at least some sort of relatability to where we can be ministers unto those that have yet to even hear the gospel or yet to even want to believe? And I guess that goes into so many factors too. Because, I mean, imagine if you were a shepherd of the lost, right? And what if just no unbeliever, what if every unbeliever was totally just against you? They're like, nope, we don't want anything to do with you, right? We ain't going to listen to you whatsoever, right? What would you do? What would a person do in that situation, right? Well, what I would like to think of is I would be like, well, maybe we don't have enough empathy, maybe not enough love or patience or kindness. Maybe, I don't know, right? It's such an interesting question. And it would be so interesting to see how did the Lord go into the lost sheep, right? That's a very, very interesting question. Okay, number 2. Blossoming Sands. Number 3, Stoneforge Mystic. Number 4, Avison, Angel of Hope. Number 5, wow, Ley Line of Anticipation. This is a very rare card to draw in your first hand. We drew this last week, actually. I pulled this card, actually. It's kind of crazy. I got this card from a pack. Ley Line of Anticipation. What a strange card. What a very, very strange card that is. One, two, three, four, five. Righteous Aura. Seven. We'll do our last draw on our Instagram. Island. We discuss an island. The lost sheep. I wonder what people really think about it. Man, that's so weird, huh? Yeah. In some cases, you think it would actually even just motivate people. I mean, imagine if you were just surrounded by unbelief. What would you do? Like, that would just, I mean, that would be just insanity, right? That'd be like, whoa, that would mean that there's just a bunch of lost sheep, right? It's just like, we got to somehow just go into the fold or something, like, or I guess somehow win them over to Christ in some way. I don't know how we would do that, but all right, right here, we're going to do a card draw. I mean, do the last card draw on our Instagram thing. Let's take it off the Wi-Fi. And maybe we'll do it like this. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day. Today we drew Shepherd of the Lost, Blossoming Sands, Stoneforge Mystic, Avacyn Angel of Hope, Leyline of Anticipation, Righteous Aura, Island. For the last card of the day, I don't know what it will be. It's always like cracking open a little Easter egg. What is... The last card of the day is this Humble Forest, which kind of looks like a forest fire or something. But also, this card's very weird. This card reminds me of the parable of the lost sheep. Or the parable of the 99 or something, the one sheep that went away. The other weird card is this one. I actually pulled this card from a pack a long time ago. And I think I first got into this game. Leyline of Anticipation. Look at that thing. Anyway, hope you guys have a good one. Try your best. Have fun. All right, let's we're gonna put our link in here too. Might as well, huh? So we're gonna copy this link right here, and we're gonna put it into this one. Link. Paste. Done. Boom. Just like so. And I don't actually even think it worked. Oh wait, it didn't. Okay. Man, these Bible studies are gnarly. Oh well. How crazy would it, I mean, man, how crazy would it be if just like, you could just never be hidden? That would be such a gnarly thing. Imagine if we would just be like a city, like just like, you can never be hidden. What if everything was just streamed in your entire life? That would be so gnarly, man. That would be like, that would be a trip. That would be like, just, you get to see it all your mistakes, all your failures, everything, right? If you were never hidden, like that'd be a trip right there to think about. I wonder what that would do to denominations. Like, that would be so interesting, right? What if never everything just was not hidden? Just nothing. What? Man, that'd just be so gnarly, right? It would just be like, there'd be just no, we would just have to just get along, right? It would just be, I don't know, that's how I think would happen, but... Man, these things take a long time to upload, huh? That's why I kind of stopped doing these things. They take so long to upload. What are we going to try and learn today? Man, these Bible studies are gnarly, dude. Today's Bible study was so gnarly. I probably seem so gnarly. I don't even know. We're just going to send it to the Lord. My bad, Lord, if I did a bad job or something. I thought it was going to be an easy day. It turned out to be a hard day. Man, easy doesn't matter. It's like the easy days I think they're going to be easier. It just turns out to be another hard day of the Bible study again. But, oh well. Anything, let's just try and have patience. And let's just have patience and just, I guess, just send everything to the Lord. He will direct our paths if we acknowledge Him. Man, that was a long Bible study. Holy moly, bro. I tried to do that in 30 minutes. No, it turned out to be 30 minutes. Man. Holy moly, man. That was gnarly. Let's see, is anybody playing BMX Streets? I did paint my leather. I'm starting to get confused what side. Yeah, let's do our. now we can have some other fun. That was a hard Bible study, man. I want you longer. I guess it wasn't that hard, but you threw it all day long. Just gotta be patient. We're gonna trust in the Lord. Acknowledge Him. books. Oh man, that's good. That was gnarly. Yee. The cranks move. Oh, this is probably on a high res. Oops. This is probably on high res too. Darn, I think I've been throttling the internet. kind of forgot that I could just push this out just a little bit more. That way it wouldn't look as much as, you know, push it this way. Still hold like that. It's pretty solid. I guess the problem is you lose room. pop-up tail tab. We're gonna just keep moving that thing around now. Get a good setup. The other side's better. Bible tail tab. Bible manual to Bible tail tab. Song.
Yeah, U.S. Bank. When we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings, and the celebration.
Manual's hard in here. Shouldn't be that hard. Doing feeble, manual, carve, feeble, tail tap, fake, and something. Probably here.
Is this loose?
Oh, you're gnawing my finger.
Look at the peg.
John, it's the peg itself. So maybe that's why I'm doing like that.
Cool.
You gotta like aim it perfectly. Over here. You're a little too far out. Nice chill. Pretty good one. I'm turning to chill music. Is this free? Let's see here. It is free. Music copyright free songs. Darn it. I'm just scared of that trick. Fuck.
Old Spice Gym Super Hydration Body Wash and LH 24/7.
This pig's moving on me. It's probably affecting me, I'm pretty sure.
video management system into a powerful source of insights and control.
Dang, that was broken.
degrees out. Holy Toledo.
Go to a different one.
The excellence of driving is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience in Philadelphia. Current eligible and GMC was using this ultra low mileage lease on its 2024
Only 70 years on this one.
or around $283 per month.
It's hot. lowered my seat just a little bit harder. Ay, ay, ay. That eggs are dumb. Okay. Man, it sucks. I lowered my seat down just a little bit. Just totally makes that trick just a little bit harder. Like it's like barely to the point where I can like get to the left-hander. See, it's like I have to like lean my bike down just a little bit so I can get into that left-hander. And my seat was a little higher, I don't have to lean it that much and kind of mess with my balance point. I want to see if I can just land it. I'm pretty sure I can, but I just moved it down just a little bit, maybe like 2 inches. But it's crazy how much it affected that trick. I like that trick. Wow. That's gnarly. That trick's fun. See, it's doable, it's just harder. I guess I'm just not used to it.
See that I have 2 really big monitors on here as well as my tower, which by itself weighs like 50 pounds.
It's actually really fun. I don't even care if I don't land it, it's just fun. I don't care if I don't land it. It's this weird maneuver. I wonder if I could like hop in like that. It almost feels like a Vader no-hander. Actually, I feel like that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like you have to like Vader no-hander the end of it. When your seat's lower like this. It's harder, man. Darn it. I might have to just raise my seat back up. I think it wouldn't affect that trick that much, but it does. Maybe I should lift it up just a little bit more then. I'm just going to see if I can land it. Let's just see if I can land it with this seat set up, and then if I can, I'm just going to keep it. Because this is easier with cliffhanger, so I want a seat set up with everything. see if I can get into the no-hander. Oh, yeah, it's harder. Darn, that sucks. Man, that trick gets really affected by your seat height. Kind of disappointed by that. Okay, let's look it up just like incrementally, little by little. Let's see how much. That's like a centimeter. What if just that just changed a bunch of stuff? I don't think it is, but let's see if it does. It does. Maybe it's just a placebo effect, but maybe I'll keep it like that. It like catches just a little bit, like more. I guess it's because if it's 1 centimeter up this way, then it's 1 centimeter down, I have to push it down. So it's more straight up. So I guess that does affect a lot. That's insanity. Dude, 1 little centimeter changes a lot this trick like crazy. Because, like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. It must be something, some sort of angle right here. Some sort of geometry equation. I have no idea why it's doing that, but. Well, I guess we're going to keep this seat height. Alright. Since this is lower than it was, I still can almost do the track scan. I gotta like really like a lot lower though. So I used to have my seat like that. Metric's fun. The brakes are a little janky though. They're slipping on me just a little bit. Gotta do some maintenance. Okay, let's try to do backyard no-hander to some sort of Undertaker. I've never done that one. Not on the same thing, but playing the backyard no-hander.
Oh, so close. Darn it, dude. That one was so good. I'm like, it's so close to landing that thing. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Man, I should have landed that thing. Turn the light. Do we have the stars or no stars? It's hard. I think it's hard. Anyone's bad at it, but it is just fun though. It's one of those tricks where even if you're bad at it, I feel like it's just fun. You can learn it. I'm gonna move on. We'll go back to that one again. I don't want to get frustrated with it. Let's try the other variation. We'll try locomotive. Oh, wow. I almost landed it. I feel like if you just have more room for that trick, it's easier, but it's hard to land. I don't even know why I tried it. Oh yeah, we could try some different ones too.
wow. I would have landed that. I would have landed that if I didn't have more room in here. I guess that's why the backyard's better, because you cut a better right out. Oh, there was that right out I was going to try and do. But there wasn't another. Pretty cool. What about Undertaker to Generator? That actually might do. That might actually work. I haven't had one of those in a long time. That one's hard. Oh my goodness. That was close. I think I need more grip tape up on here. My foot slipped off. I think I would have landed it if my foot didn't slip off. And let's just do it. That's hard. We're so close. Yet so far. Why did I do a switch for Sherry? I just did it. Fudge. Oh well. At least we did one. I haven't done one of those in a long time. I'm sick. I've actually only landed like 3 to 2. I think I've only landed 2 of these tricks. Or maybe 3.
This dude's put out some pretty cool beats.
Almost landed one, I guess. Let's go back to I don't want to be that triple ET thing. Oh, I should go check outside.
That was a little slow.
Es en México que cambiaron estas compañías a Perdón ahorran un promedio de más de $1,300 al año.
of sketchy. Took 2 hours to land a line. That's just insanity. I'm very not consistent, I guess. I guess I haven't done that one in a long time now, so we're stoked. I tried to do a peace sign. Hopefully it picked up on camera. Put a little stream mark on that. Speed.
Si lo que quieres es algo maravilloso, vistoso.
Ah, I got me. Second man of the day. I guess now I'm just landing stuff. It's gonna take me 2 hours to warm up. That's fun. Oh, landed it. Fudge. Sounds like kind of repetitive, but it's cool. I almost get to 7 minutes. So close. At least I think it was 6 minutes. I haven't landed a 6 whip in a while. Actually, I've been getting a little bit more consistent because I landed a 6 whip 2 weeks ago. We almost hit a 7. That's how it's acting. I'm going with the sun. Oh, it's pretty cool. I'm going to say that I like it. I like the beat of it. How much is that? Just 7 whip. It's already taken 3 years and people think it's an 8. It's like, how many whips do I have to do before it's cool? Like, basically, you probably have to do like 30 before people even think it's cool. Maybe probably 12. Because that's what it got me. I was like, holy moly, I do a bunch of 12 week. 12 fire. Bleeding? Oh my goodness, why am I bleeding? Scratch or something. Well, let's read some of the Bible. Let's just keep reading this. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable. I need to remember that. keep forgetting. Or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. Now concerning spiritual gifts, brothers, I do not want you to be uninformed. You know that when you were pagans, you were led astray to mute idols, however you were led. Therefore, I want you to understand that no one speaking in the Spirit of God ever says Jesus is accursed, and no one can say Jesus is Lord except in the Holy Spirit. Now there are varieties of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are varieties of service, but the same Lord. And there are varieties of activities, but it is the same God who empowers them all and everyone. It empowers. That's a weird word right there. Let me underline that. God empowers us. What does that mean? It's so strange. I feel like I haven't realized that word was in there. Huh. I think that just means inspires. What does empower mean? Empower, Bible definition. Empower, Bible definition. What is empowerment through the teaching of the Bible? Empowerment is more than just a buzzword or a self-help concept. It is a gift from God, an invitation to live a life that reflects His power, purpose, and love. Ooh. Crazy. How crazy would that be if you started to live for the Lord, and then the Lord empowered you with His power and purpose and love? Maybe even just a fraction, even just a little pinch of it into your life. That is really crazy. I never knew that's what empowerment meant. Bible definition, empowerment. Wow. What in the world? I just got tripped out. That's really cool. That's funny. Whoa, that looks gnarly. Dude, look at this bike. It has an eyeball on it. That's cool. That's pretty gnarly. I know people are scared of that. So I don't know why people are scared of that thing. Man, if people are scared of the eyeball, bro, you imagine if they saw a four living creature, bro, they'd trip out. Like their brain wouldn't, would they even be able to comprehend that? Dude, that's actually really cool. Wow, I've never seen somebody do something like that. Interesting. Wow. Let's see that. Oh, I'm tired. that's good.
Interesting. No way, this is crazy. We're gonna go right through. Oh my, holy shnikes. Oh wait, somebody said something. My bad, bro. Nobody's been talking in the chat, so I haven't even been looking at the chat. My bad, brother. I'm tired now. I'm about to go draw. We might go paint or something. It is 8:13. Let's pack up our bags and we're gonna go draw. That's what we're gonna do. Still in here? I know, bro.
There's all just spacing out, just on the interwebs, just scrolling. We're gonna try and watercolor. I guess I'm gonna go ruin that drawing I think I did. So I'm like intimidated by the watercolor. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just draw it. I think we're gonna try and paint. We're gonna try and paint. I think today. Alright, let's see here. I hope you guys are having a good day. We have so many bicycles. They've been around for a long time. A lot of them are broken. Welcome to the bicycle graveyard. Many of these parts right here are broken. Either cracked. I probably should just throw it all away, but and there's a couple. I mean that chrome frame's still good. That GT one, those two chrome ones are still good. That white one's still good, and that green one's still good. That one's cracked, that one's cracked, that one's messed up, that one's cracked in the back. A lot of these wheels are blown up, but the spokes are still good, the rim is still good. Broke that axle. These are just more broken wheels. This is kind of the plethora of all of the parts that actually work. But I mean, there's a bunch of parts. I keep it too because there's a bunch of parts, like the spokes. See all the spokes? Like the spokes you can use. Sometimes I think I could use like an axle if I break something. I also there's this one guy. His name was Brian Chapman. He said something about I like clicked on his video and then clicked on another video. And there was like this conference of like bicycle makers, right? And they said they used to like collect old bike parts and then they would like Frankenstein them together for like practicing and stuff. What are you up to, man? How are you doing, bro? You hanging in there? Don't give up, bro. You got this, dude. Whatever life throws at you, man. Keep going, man. Let's go look outside. Oh. Where'd you go?
Huh?
Where'd you go?
Where's the bathroom?
Oh. Let's go look at... Oh, there's a rabbit. Let's go film the rabbit. Look at that thing. We have found the wild rabbit. Let's see how close we can get to this wild animal. Welcome everybody to the wild journey. Uh-oh. No! It didn't let me get too close to it. Let's see if we can... Darn, ran away. Come here, little monkey. Come here, little monkey. That's a wild creature right there. That is a wild animal. There it goes. Into the great wilderness. The wilderness calls for the bunnies, rabbits of the realms. The realms must tell of the journey. Go forth, young knight, into the lands. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm physically tired. I'm physically tired. We're just looking at stuff now. This is a juniper berry. Now, someone did say that this, see how there's this white stuff on it? See how, look if you can wipe away that white stuff? Someone did say that is a naturally occurring yeast. I saw someone make some sort of beverage. They cut up some apples and they took some juniper berries and they threw them into a thing, and the juniper berries actually fermented the drink. And look at this flower right here. Dude, that thing looks so weird. Look at that thing. That thing does not look real right there. Here we have the local cacti species. Local cacti specimen. Time to go inside.
Outside of that monster tree, all that I put in here.
Mom did. And you. Okay then. Patience, patience, patience.
Patience, young Padawan.
We're gonna try and watercolor this, I think. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm like just physically, I'm just heat exhausted, I think. That's all it is, really. Okay, I'm going to take a little break. Break sign. The next video. This. Let's see. We're gonna paint. I'm just dehydrated, or I just need food. Probably just need all of it, honestly. Right back. Opa! Let's clean up the work area. I got paper everywhere. This is insanity, everybody. This is insanity. There's paper everywhere. Oh my goodness, everything is deorganized. What the Wait a minute. Okay, the drawing's behind this one. We get to play the video game. Oh, die. What in the world was that? What in the monkey? I gotta get everything set up here, darn. Let's I've lost some stuff. It's in here somewhere. Oh, I lost it. Where is this? I guess I haven't used it in a while. Look at that. Where is it? Brush. Let's get our water going. Got our water. Let's change it to art. This is on auto. Okay, it's on auto. Dude, that's so funny, dude. We used to draw it like that. Alrighty, well, we're gonna start painting here pretty soon. I'm just gonna have to send it. Got the pellets here. We got the brake line. I'm going to make the beam exterior just a little bit smaller. I don't know how I'm going to paint that. What's that going to be? What color is that going to be? Oh, this is going to be so weird because like I don't know what color the shield's going to be or the bike. I guess it could maybe just be brownish. Green, green, green. Green, green. This part green. What color would the shield be is the question. The red cross? I don't know. I guess we could try just do gray and then do gray, gray. Okay, yeah, that's probably what we'll do. I'm gonna turn off. Where's my remote? I don't want the rain in the background, huh? Music and ambience. you're gonna have to clean this off. Yep. We're gonna clean that section off real quick. You can even clean that section off too. I really don't need that much. Should we just send it? I think we are. Screw it, we're sending it. Darn, I messed up right there, fine. Oh. screw it all. This could just be green, huh? I guess we could have that brown, but I think if I just make it all green, it'll just make it easier for me. Just keep the palette simple, I guess. I guess we could do like a wood shield. That might be better than the metal, but I guess we'll do it. We used a lot of colors last time. I don't want to do like a brown, but I don't know. Oh, darn, that's a wrong color fudge. I'm like hesitant to make that shield that color. Or we could do like a brownish color for the shield. Maybe we'll do that. Like a wood shield. Maybe that's what we'll do.
I guess we couldn't do that. I guess we'll do it metal. I don't know. I'm like tripped out now. What to make of that shield right there? Should it be wood? Should it be metal? I mean, I guess it could just be green too, like a green blocking one. I guess I could just simplify everything. Screw it, let's do it green. Let's just have it like a set item. Good color right there. I forgot she has a leaf bike. This is a strange drawing. Let's
strange painting. Because, like, now I just realized that she does have, like, it's like a plant bike. Screw it, let's just do it all green. Mess this one up, we'll just redo another one. This is just version 1, I guess. It's getting hot. Okay, now we're gonna put second tone down. Light's gonna come down this way, so. I don't know if this one's working out, man. Oh well. If I mess up, we'll just do another one later on. second time down on the skin. This is gonna be hard. Fudge, I just messed it up. Fudge. That's not gonna work. Darn, that's not that right. Tone.
Oh, just messing it up. Fuck, I don't even know what I'm doing.
I feel like I just like the black and white more. Where's the underdrawing for this one? Good, where'd I put it? Darn, I should have went deeper with the, I was kind of hesitant. What do I do with the underdrawing? I feel like I like the underdrawing more than the actual painting. That's the problem with these things. I feel like I like the drawing more than the painting. That's not totally even, is it? I don't know about that. Darn. Oh well. It's like I can't go back. It's just brutal. Oh well. I tried to honor you, Lord. I don't know if I'm doing a good job. I guess that's what matters. You just gotta try your best and have fun. How are my colors? Something else. Yeah, that's okay. We get to take it back just one time. Boom. We have like 1 second. We're gonna spend more than 1 second to think if we want to take that back. Oh, eating shadow right there, actually. This one is not working out, everybody. Holy chabunga. Fudge. I feel like I should put more colors in there, huh? I knew I shouldn't have done the bike that color, but then I had the leaf axles. We tried to honor the Lord. I don't know if I did it correctly. hallelujah mean? What does hallelujah mean? Gratitude to God. Praise be to God. And what I could do, we could put trees in the background. We might do. We could do it kind of like the other one we did with the very subtle trees in the background. Maybe, maybe not. Darn it, they don't have pink noses. Fudge. Oh, I screwed that up. Oh well. A little bit of red right there. Oh, let's wait till it dries. Oh, shnickies. Why is this on my flat screen? Dude, he has a green bike in here. That's funny. I haven't seen this in so long. So, did I put this in my playlist? I don't remember if I did or if I didn't. Man, I wish we could listen to the song. The song is awesome. It's been so long since I've seen something like that. I don't remember.
A message from the Southern Department of Research and Enrichment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, they. $1.99 maybe.
Taking a little break. We need a little break. Oh, we're actually making pretty good time. 5 hours. Good. I might just put a bunch of trees in the background, just really light trees. That's what I did with the other one. Maybe not. am I doing? If I put trees in the background, I might put trees in the background. Oh yeah, I gotta do the fire and stuff. I messed that up. Darn it, I messed it up right there. Alright, we can't, I'm done with this. What is that? Health blood or something. We finna need to learn that, man.
Behold, this arena will be built for Rome. That's awesome.
Okay, it's hot in here again.
Let's put trees in the background. I might. Let's look at it. I feel like we could, but it's also, I just want to focus on the character. There's a lot in this one. I guess we could put some trees. Maybe. Nah, let's go. This is dry. Oh, I just messed this brush up. Fudge. Fudge. Wait a minute, you 180 out that way? I didn't know you 180 out that way. There should be another room right there, right? Man, this thing's a trip. I wonder if I dig this one a bit. I guess we tried. I guess we tried to honor the Lord, I guess. I don't know, right? Not bad, Lord, if this is not what you wanted me to do. I mean, I'm trying. I had to acknowledge you. It's not too hard to put a Bible verse and stuff. This will shout out the only bike company that's ever hooked it up. Easter egg, I guess. Little Easter egg up in there. That's just funny. Are we done? Should we put the trees in the background? I guess we could. I don't know. Should I put the trees in the background? I think it might just make it even more chaotic. Could put trees in the background. I feel like there's just already so much stuff in here. just call it a day. And I do kind of want to put a little forest in the background, but I don't know if I should do that. There's just already so much stuff in this one. I'm just going to call it a day. Let's just sign it. Where did I put the signature? Oh yeah, I did a large signature at this one. Let's do it with a pencil just in case I mess it up. Too far then. Well, that one was really cringy. Oh well, I tried. I think they're hard. We tried down here before. I don't know if I did a great job with that one, but I guess we can just redo it in the future. We have the blueprint, so we have basically the schematic right here. We could eventually just redo it. Give it another shot in the future, but it's kind of... Put on the wood thing, call it a day. Well, welcome to the cringe, everybody.
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store?
I'm gonna turn off the BMX video. We made pretty good time, I think. I mean, I could keep going at it, but I don't know, man. I've just been staring at this thing for so long. I just kind of want to just... I'm hungry. I need to eat something. Let me try. This one's really cringy, though. But we have to go through the cringe to get better, I guess. So, here's the, I try to get a little blush, a little red in there. I don't know if you guys could see that, but the satchel is my favorite part. I feel like that really worked. I should actually put another value tone right there, but cat was, I don't know what I was doing, just messing around. Messed up the bike, I feel like. The verse we put in there: it is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, is larger than all the garden plants, it becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come make nests in its branches. And then, kind of like Luke 8:11, the seed is from the Word of God. He likens the kingdom of people that God sows seeds on the field. Something like that. It's weird because this one was very complex in terms of the drawing, but like the color scheme is just so simple. I didn't really know what to do with it. I was just kind of... Oh, I guess we tried. My bad, Lord, I tried. I mean, we just redo it in the future. Another version. This is version 1, I guess. Prototype number 1. Man, this thing's weird. It's a strange character. Okay, well, travelers, I guess that ends the stream for today. Continue to try your best and have fun. Glory be to the Lord. Keep trying to plant seeds, and I don't know. I don't even know if I'm doing any of this right, but I guess trying to acknowledge God in all my ways. I mean, I don't know. This... Alrighty, I'm out of here. Farewell. Farewell, farewell, farewell.